With that, it's my honor to introduce to you Her Excellency Ms. Siti Nubaya, the Minister of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome everyone to the online segment of the fourth meeting of the Conference of the Parties COP4 of the Minamata Convention. Also allow me to extend a special welcome to Ms. Inger Anderson, the Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, Ms. Monica Stankiewicz, Executive Secretary of the Minamata Convention, and Ms. Rosa Vivin Ratnawati, President of the COP4, who will lead the proceeding of our COP. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, today, albeit online, we managed to gather here to collectively discuss ways and strategies in addressing one of the global environmental concerns, which is mercury. And on the other side of the world, currently, another important meeting of global environmental problem is also taking place, the climate change. These global environmental challenges gradually begin to connect with each other. When one is speaking about climate change, one cannot leave out the release of mercury's emission. Or when the discussion is about biodiversity, pollution of mercury simply becomes unavoidable. The interconnectedness is just a challenge that we are facing right now, a challenge that requires holistic approach to address it, on top of the global pandemic that shocks the world with its unprecedented impacts. And as members of Minamata Convention, this global condition teaches us at least two lessons. First, the Minamata Convention needs to be adaptive and agile in responding to the global environmental challenges. And second, that the Minamata Convention needs to be forward-looking despite its young age. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as a reflection to the global challenge, we have opted to convene the COP4 into two sessions, ensuring that nothing will impede us in implementing our global commitment to make Mercury history. Here in Indonesia, as the host of COP4, we are trying our utmost efforts to facilitate member parties to resolve pressing issues such as effectiveness evaluation and national reporting, and encourage understanding and collaboration amongst member parties to have a smooth and fruitful conference. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the work to make Mercury has history cannot be carried out only by a single country. Each of us needs to do their part based on respective national circumstances and conditions. I can assure that it is not an easy task, but also it is not impossible, as long as we have the conviction and remains loyal to our global commitment. Together, we can gradually reduce and eliminate the use of mercury as mandated by our convention. In our case, I'm happy to share that Indonesia have implemented several national measures in four priority sectors. For example, last year in manufacturing sector, we reduced 374 kilograms of mercury use from lamp and battery industries. In energy sector, we controlled 710 kilograms of mercury emission from coal-fired power plant, and in health sector, we reduced 4.7 tons of mercury through the phasing out and withdrawal of mercury containing medical devices and dental amalgam from health facilities. Specifically on ESGM sector, we closed major ESGM sites and built non-mercury gold processing facilities, thereby reducing of over 12.4 tons of mercury potential use. We also banned the import and distribution of mercury and provided an effective and economically efficient non-mercury gold processing technology as an alternative, as well as empower the community economy based on local wisdom with the aim of shifting their livelihood from ESGM activities. By far, our achievements are the result of the government's commitment to achieve Indonesia free mercury by 2030. As governed by presidential regulation on the action plan for mercury reduction and elimination, which is followed by several technical regulations at the ministerial level. This action plan is prepared and implemented in an integrated manner by the government from the national to provincial and district level, which indicates a strong commitment for all stakeholders in supporting mercury reduction and elimination measures. Furthermore, in anticipating the challenge of mercury pollution in the future, Indonesia has built Mercury and Environmental Metrology Laboratory, which aims to support mercury reduction and elimination program through mercury research and testing. We foresee this mercury laboratory as one of the center of excellence of mercury in the region, not only in the Southeast Asia, but also in the Asia Pacific region. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as the world awaits on how COP4 of Minamata Convention unfolds, we need to send the right signals to the world that the Minamata Convention continues to provide solution of global environmental problems without compromising the process of the internal consolidation that is taking place. It is against this background that Indonesia's presidency proposes the Bali Declaration on combating global illegal trade of mercury. It is non-binding in nature and generally aims to address the pressing issue of global illegal trade in mercury. In the long term, the declaration is expected to provide a foundation for possible international governance. The declaration will assist not only the Minamata Convention in meeting its general obligation, but also send the right signal to the international community that in its young age, the Minamata Convention can play a significant part in addressing global environmental challenges. Accordingly, Indonesia seeks collective support from member countries of the Minamata Convention to the draft declaration. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I wish all delegates to have a productive and fruitful deliberation, including the decision on the format of the second session of the COP4 and your support to the Bali Declaration on combating global illegal trade of mercury. Together, let's make Mercury history. Stay safe and stay healthy. And looking forward to seeing you all in Bali next year. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Minister, for your clear words and your call to action. It is now my great pleasure to introduce to you and call on UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme, Ms. Inge Anderson. Over to you in Nairobi.
Thank you very much indeed.
Madam Executive Director, if you could raise your hand again, I will give you the floor. Yes, the mic is on again, please.
Try a second time round here. I send you greetings from Nairobi, and it's a pleasure to speak after Her Excellency Siti Nurbaya Bakar, to whom I send greetings and good wishes as she departs for Glasgow. To Your Excellency Rosa Ratnawati of Indonesia, who is the president of the fourth meeting of the Conference of Parties, and to my colleague, Monica Stankiewicz, who is the Executive Secretary, of course, of Minamata, and to all Excellencies, distinguished delegates and colleagues. I'm very honored to address you today at the first segment of the fourth meeting of the Conference of Parties to the Minamata Convention on Mercury. My appreciation goes to the Minamata Secretariat under the leadership of its Executive Secretary, Ms. Stankiewicz, and the president of this meeting, Ms. Ratnawati. The triple planetary crisis, as we speak of in UNEP, the crisis of climate change, the crisis of biodiversity loss, and the crisis of pollution, that crisis is placing our societies, our economies, and our planet in grave peril. We will only address these crises if we work together through concerted and coordinated efforts, such as those carried out under the Minamata Convention. We've only started untangling the links between mercury pollution, biodiversity loss, climate change, etc. But one thing is clear. They reinforce each other, they damage our health, they damage our environment. As the Global Mercury Assessment Report of 2018 told us, human activities have increased total atmospheric mercury concentration by about 450% above natural levels. As part of healing our planet, the use of mercury in artisanal and small-scale gold mining, medical devices, dental amalgam, and industrial processes must end and give way to sustainable alternatives. And meanwhile, the global challenge of the illegal mercury trade will need to be addressed through innovative thinking and collective action. In this regard, I congratulate Indonesia for its trailblazing efforts with the Bali Declaration to combat the illegal trade of mercury. Beyond the specifics, we need to look at more coherent and more effective ways to address inherently linked environmental problems. The report commissioned by the Minamata Secretariat and the BRS Secretariat demonstrate that the mutually effective benefits of actions to address the triple planetary crisis exist. The ongoing processes to develop the post-2020 global biodiversity framework and a strategic approach to the sound management of chemicals provide an impetus for active engagement between the biodiversity and the chemicals and waste families. We must seize this opportunity to promote coherent implementation across the international environmental agenda with the Minamata Convention and its 135 parties playing their part. Your work this week and in the months ahead will define some of the bold and urgent steps that we need to take to make our planet healthy again. It will also contribute to building positive momentum towards the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the creation of UNEP and at the UN Conference on the Environment held in Stockholm in 1972. Let me assure you that UNEP will continue to support your efforts in implementing the Minamata Convention, including through the UNEP Global Mercury Partnership. I would also like to encourage other countries who have not yet done so to join the Minamata Convention to make it a truly global endeavor. And in closing, let me extend to all a warm invitation to join us here in Nairobi for UNEA 5.2, which we will endeavor to hold at the end of February, early March in 2022. Together, we can find sustainable alternatives to mercury, and we can contribute to healthier people and healthier planet. I wish all delegates much success as you proceed with this COP and look forward to seeing you for the second part of the COP in beautiful Indonesia at the next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words, and as you yourself get ready to depart to Glasgow, we were very happy that you could join us. Thank you very much. And now it gives me great pleasure to warmly welcome our Executive Secretary, Monica Stankiewicz. Please.
Thank you so much. Excellency Nurbaya Bakar, the Executive Director Inger Andersson, Madam President Ratnavati, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to welcome you to the first online segment of the fourth meeting of the Conference of the Parties to this remarkable convention that has 135 parties already. This week's meeting is a celebration of the global commitment to putting mercury pollution to an end, built on the tragic story of many people whose health has been affected by mercury, and on the recognition that throughout the world, people continue to be at grave risk due to mercury exposure. Importantly, it is also an opportunity for you, the parties, to advance the work under the Convention, and when doing so, to embrace strong voices from civil society and indigenous peoples. For our collective implementation efforts to be effective, it is imperative that the needs of developing countries and countries with economies in transition, and especially least developed parties, are considered as expressed in Article 13 of the Convention on Financial Resources and Mechanism. The Convention instructs us that multilateral, regional, and bilateral sources of financial and technical assistance are encouraged on an urgent basis. These sources of support are needed to unlock larger investments and co-benefits that both the Minister and the Executive Director was talking about, the triple planetary crisis that the world is currently tackling. In this context, I'm grateful to Norway, Germany, Austria, the United States, Sweden, France, Switzerland, the Netherlands, and Denmark for your contributions to the third round of the specific international program to support capacity building and technical assistance. The Secretariat remains committed to bring party needs, including those to be expressed under the upcoming full national reporting, to the attention of donors, of potential donors, so we are able to launch a fourth round and future rounds of the specific international program successfully. Likewise, it is essential that the aid replenishment of the JEF Trust Fund is robust and ensures the continued strong support that the JEF has provided for the Convention implementation consistent with the COP's guidance. I'm looking forward to your discussions on JEF aid during this segment of the COP. As the Convention is still in its early stages of implementation, there are many tasks ahead of you nationally, And I would like to applaud parties for all the efforts you have been undertaking, especially in the extremely difficult situation of the COVID-19 pandemic, and for addressing matters of utmost importance, such as phasing out manufacturing, import and export of listed mercury-added products by 2020 deadline, developing and implementing national action plans for artisanal and small-scale gold mining, reducing emissions and releases, and regulating mercury supply and trade. To this end, contributions from Switzerland, Japan, EU, Sweden, and Norway to the Special Trust Fund of the Convention have enabled the Secretariat to undertake important activities in the intersessional period. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, let me express that it has been a great honor for me to work with you all and to be part of the Secretariat team. I thank 1,000 participants for coming together in this COP, and I look forward to its successful outcome. Now, it gives me a great pleasure to hand over to Madame Rosa Ratnavati, the President of the 4th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, to formally open the proceedings of the COP. Madam President, I invite you to take the podium.
Executive Director of UNEP, Madam Inger Anderson, Executive Secretary of the Minamata Convention on Mercury, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening from Jakarta, good morning and good afternoon to all of you. I welcome all delegates to COP41 of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. It is really a great honor for me to serve you all in chairing this meeting. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to all parties for continuously working hard in strengthening, safeguarding, and implementing the convention. I would also like to extend my appreciation to the Secretariat for its continued support and close cooperation in the preparation of COP4. Almost 2 years ago, COP3 in Geneva in 2019 mandated Indonesia to host COP4 and myself to become COP4 president. At that time, none predicted that such tremendous challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic would happen. Things go differently in reality. The pandemic has changed everything, including our COP 4.1. Over the last 2 years, our preparation for COP4 has been facing many difficulties due to the pandemic, ranging from logistical aspects to substantive matters. Despite numerous challenges related to the pandemic, we as the Minamata Convention family have been working hard to remain creative and innovative, as we fully understand that no action is not an option. Elimination of mercury at global and national level should continue. Through numerous bureau meetings and regional consultation, we have decided by COP4 are organized into 2 parts: the online segment this week and the face-to-face meeting in Bali, Indonesia. This online segment will discuss a few time-sensitive agenda items. As agreed by the Bureau and communicated to parties, main objective of COP 4.1 is to adopt decisions on program of work and budget and dates of COP 4.2. At COP 4.1, we will also introduce documents and open discussion on effectiveness evaluation, national reporting, and financial mechanism related to GEF aid replenishment. Substantive matters will be discussed and adopted in the in-person meeting. Despite discussing selected agenda items, COP41 is as important as COP42. COP 4.1 should give a strong basis for us to reach consensus on many substantive issues at COP 4.2. In that regard, as COP 4 President, I would like to urge all delegates to make the best and most effective use of COP 4.1 to exchange views, share opinions and experiences, and work constructively. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic should not stop or weaken our efforts to eliminate mercury. It is our collective obligation to contribute to ensuring health and well-being of our future generation by phasing out mercury. Despite all challenges, I believe that this week we can take important steps which contribute to our concerted efforts to create a free mercury world. With your kind and full support, I wish this meeting a productive and successful one. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, while the podium is setting up, I would like to present a couple of housekeeping notes on Interprify. I will share my screen. Delegates, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to send your statements and your interventions to the email indicated on the screen, benedict.muoki@un.org. Please take note of this address. The statements could be sent right away, please, to help interpretation. However, your interventions may be sent until the end of this session, and that will help us and the rapporteur prepare the report. In case there are any CRPs, I kindly ask you to send to the Secretariat to lin.duan@un.org. The email is also on the screen. Thank you very much. Delegations have been invited to nominate 2 spokespersons, and that's not to put a strain on the platform. The 2 spokespersons to request the floor, kindly raise your hand. It's shown on the screen now that the green, excuse me, hand, once you have requested the floor, it shows all in green. Once the president gives you the floor and you are streaming, your microphone will turn on automatically. Not activated, and to take the entire screen. However, I suggest that you remain with your viewer screen small so that you can see more easily the rest of the controls in the panel. However, you, of course, may wish to expand to see better the viewer. Finally, we have this number 6. You see here all speakers, but let me explain better this functionality in the next screen. To switch from this view here where you see the main speaker, but also you see other tiles, other screens, you can press on active speaker. And this will switch, you will see the active speaker. This automatically changes to the person who is speaking. For me, it's the most convenient way of watching and participating in the meeting. But you may please choose as you prefer. Finally, there are here on the screen some technical notes, your written interventions in case of problems. If it happens during the meeting that the spokespersons cannot take up the floor for some reason, for example, if the microphone doesn't work, there are alternative means to send your intervention. You can send it in writing as a private message to my colleague at the Secretariat, Ms. Lin Duan, and you can do so by pressing on this paper airplane next to her name in the list of participants. Alternatively, you can also email her. Her email is on the screen, lin.duan@un.org. I kindly ask you to take note of this email address or request me if you need during the meeting. For technical matters, again, there is this blue button with an exclamation mark, and there is also a telephone number that you may reach in case you cannot reach out through the blue button. It is 4122-518-0751. These are for matters related to Interprify, which is the platform that we're using now and we will be using for the plenary throughout the COP meeting. If you have technical problems when using WebEx, which is the name of the platform that will be used for all other meetings, including contact groups, meetings of the Bureau, regional meetings, as well as side events, please contact the IT support at brsmeas.org. The email address is shown on the screen, or either of the 2 telephone numbers that are also shown on the screen. With that, I would like to end the housekeeping notes, and I kindly ask you, if you have any problems, reach out to one of these channels or to myself through a private message, and the Secretariat will be happy to assist you. I kindly invite Madam President now to commence the official meeting.
Thank you, Manuela, for housekeeping notes. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard important message from Her Excellencies Minister for Environment and Forestry, Executive Director of UNEP, and Executive Secretary of the Minamata Convention, who put high hopes to our COP4. It is my fervent hope as COP4 President to work together with you to make COP4 a successful one. I now declare the 4th meeting of the Conference of the Parties of the Minamata Convention on Mercury open. Before proceeding to item 1, adoption of the agenda, I would like to invite regional statements from the floor. Please note to make good use of time, as agreed by the Bureau and communicated to parties. Regional statements should be made short and not exceed 3 minutes. I would like to remind all delegates that longer statement can be made available in writing through intranet. Opening statement by individual parties and observers can also be posted on the intranet. Should you wish to make use of this option, please send your statement to the Secretariat. May I now invite speakers who would like to deliver regional statement to click on the green raise hand icon. I will then give you the floor to make your intervention. So I will give the floor to you.
Okay. EU UI streaming now. Thank you very much. Madam President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, it is my privilege and honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the European Union and its member states. We would like to thank the President of the Fourth COP, the Bureau, the Executive Secretary, and the Secretariat of the Minamata Convention for very hard work in preparing this first segment of the Fourth Conference of the Parties. In particular, we express our deep appreciation for continued flexibility and adaptability in hosting this meeting in a new format, given the challenging COVID-19 pandemic situation. We are therefore delighted that we can meet in this first virtual meeting, thereby ensuring the continuity in the work of the convention. Moreover, the European Union and its member states wish to express their highest appreciation for the important intercessional work conducted since COP3 and give thanks to all those involved in that work in overcoming challenges posed by the pandemic. The Minamata Convention continues to grow, and we are happy that new parties joined us since COP3, making this an increasingly global instrument. The European Union and its member states are committed to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and recognize the importance of implementing the Minamata Convention to contribute to good health, improvement of the state of the environment, our well-being, as well as responsible consumption and production. We remain committed to make further progress during this week. We also look forward to fruitful discussions in the spirit of friendly cooperation, to a successful outcome and a good basis for the subsequent segment of the Fourth Conference of the Parties. Thank you.
Thank you, EU, for your statement. Your messages are well heard and understood. And now I would like to invite the statement from Grulak. So please, Grulak, I give you the floor.
Honourable President, Ms. Vivian Rosa Ratnawati, Distinguished Executive Secretary, Ms. Monica Stankovic, Honourable Ministers, distinguished delegations from the parties and observers. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honour to speak on behalf of the group of parties of the Latin American and the Caribbean region at this critical meeting, working towards the reduction and the environmentally sound management of mercury. At the outset, we would like to convey our gratitude to the Bureau and the Secretariat for their Herculean efforts in convening this conference and the work undertaken which have allowed us to identify the challenges ahead for the ambitious goal for which we are all here today. Ours is a responsibility that demands in equal measure a firm commitment and material means to foster innovative solutions, consultation mechanisms and actions to implement this instrument in the state parties, as well as fostering and broadening the uptake of those countries who have not yet joined it. In this vein, it remains concerning the number of countries who do not have programs to address the complete life cycle of mercury and its manufacturing processes that use this mineral and its compounds, as well as the rise in the use of medical devices with mercury added to them stemming from the pandemic. Thus, Latin America and the Caribbean, whilst acknowledging the critical role of the Global Environment Facility, GEF, to promote international cooperation, we also recommend that GEF continues to assure funding to projects which meet timely and adequate compliance of the legally binding commitments of the Convention. To this end, the region will present a conference room paper to provide additional guidance to the GEF during the negotiations for its 8th replenishment of resources. It is vital that through this funding mechanism and its integrated programs, that it can guarantee to the parties the necessary funding requirements to reduce mercury emissions and mercury anthropogenic releases. We deem of utmost importance the financial viability of initiatives towards the development of local capacities for the environmentally sound treatment of mercury waste and the adoption of best environmental practices and technology transfer. Moreover, underscoring the findings and conclusions of the expert group, we would like to provide to the parties to ensure that there is necessary funding support to strengthen programs for the mercury release and emission monitoring programs, as well as addressing its increasing occurrence in food chains and in species. Similarly, we would like to underscore the need to provide support to identify in each country the specific sectors which hamper the reduction and environmentally sound management of the use of mercury, to further strengthen capacities of parties to meet the commitments pertaining to the use and disposal of the mineral, and to promote the implementation of guidelines in the framework of the Convention. To close, we would like to convey our gratitude to the expert group and their essential contribution, which has been essential to contribute to strengthen the level of commitment of the obligations in the Convention, as well as refining the methodology of mercury release inventories and work upon the mercury waste thresholds, which undoubtedly have been essential progress. Thank you very much for your kind attention, Madam President.
The statement from Grulak, your messages are well noted and appreciated. And next, I would like to invite the statement from Asia Pacific. Please, Asia Pacific, I give you the floor.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to deliver a statement on behalf of the Asia Pacific region. There are 34 of 55 countries in our region that have become parties to the Minamata Convention on Mercury. I would like to begin by expressing the region's gratitude to the President of COP4 and the Government of Indonesia for their hard work and dedication in preparing for COP4 in spite of the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. The region also extends an appreciation to the Secretariat for consistently supporting parties and facilitating this meeting and the regional preparatory meeting held prior to this. COVID-19 has created many challenges for us. The pandemic postponed many face-to-face meetings, including our COP4, which is essential in moving forward for attaining the objectives of the Minamata Convention. Parties, especially developing country parties, often find it difficult to participate actively in intersessional virtual meetings due to the lack of adequate infrastructure facilities and connectivity problems. In that context, it should be emphasized that virtual meetings format should not set a precedent for the future, and that further meetings in virtual format should be restricted to non-substantive matters. Having said that, our region would like to reiterate our commitment for strengthening and implementing the convention, despite that many countries in the region are facing with numerous technical and financial difficulties and challenges, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. Reduction of anthropogenic emissions and releases of mercury, as well as elimination of its improper use, have become national priorities of parties in the Asia-Pacific region. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, never than before, the pandemic requires us to enhance cooperation and partnership. In that regard, we urge parties and international partners to maintain and scale up technical and financial assistance to developing country parties through JEF, Specific International Program, Special Trust Fund, and other bilateral and multilateral cooperation, as well as to enhance inclusiveness and accessibility of these financial mechanisms. Partnerships and capacity building activities are particularly crucial to help our region to deal with various issues of global concern, such as mercury pollution in ASGM, mitigation of health impacts of mercury exposure, illegal trade of mercury and mercury containing products, and development of alternatives to mercury. COP 4.1 is the beginning of a big task of completing many substantive matters in COP 4.2. Therefore, we have to ensure that outcomes of COP 4.1 could pave the way for reaching consensus at COP 4.2. COP 4.1 is expected to adopt a decision on programs of work and budget for 2022. Our region is of the view that budget arrangements should be made so as to serve and help parties implement and strengthen the convention, including through sustain and increase allocation for capacity building, especially for parties that are most in need. COP 4.1 also updates the latest situation of some agenda items crucial for meeting the objectives of our convention, such as effectiveness evaluation, national reporting, and financial mechanism related to JEF 8 replenishment, which are very important elements for full and effective implementation of the convention and evaluating its success. We would like to highlight the priorities and need for attention to the mutual linkages between the supportive and technical provisions of the convention in consideration of possible decision on those agenda items. The success of COP 4.1 reflects our commitment to the convention. In this regard, as the convention moves towards more practical actions in the implementation phase, it needs stronger, consensus-based, more inclusive and effective frameworks to support decision-making and management. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the pandemic and all other challenges should not either stop or weaken our efforts to achieve this objective. We really have an obligation to contribute to ensuring the health and well-being of our future generations, among others, by reducing human exposure to mercury. We look forward to having a fruitful discussions with delegates from other regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the statement from the Asia Pacific Group. Your messages are clear and well noted. Now I would like to invite the statement from Africa. The floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. The African group would actually prefer to make its statement later, and we would like to ask whether we could read it on Wednesday, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Africa Group. We are looking forward to hearing your statement on Wednesday. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Eastern Europe. The floor is yours.
Distinguished President, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is our great pleasure to address you on behalf of Central Eastern European Regional Group. We thank the Secretariat for the preparation of the online segment of first meeting of the Conference of the Parties of Minamata Convention on Mercury. We should like to emphasize the importance of finding a common way forward as the Minamata family for the extraordinary circumstances posed to all countries around the globe by the COVID-19 pandemic. This means that the first time the Minamata Convention will open in an online segment. The special situation in which we found ourselves should not prevent us from continuation of our endeavors for effective implementation of Convention. Therefore, endorsement of the budget for 2022 should be main objective of this segment of the conference. Convention is already ratified 135 countries, including 60 from Central Eastern European region. We would encourage all other countries to join us in our common goal of mercury elimination. We would like to express our appreciation to the Secretariat, parties and observers who were actively involved in extensive intersessional work as agreed by COP3. Outcomes of this work will be essential for our future activities. Minamata Online in its first two seasons on 2020 and 2021 played an important role in providing information and giving opportunities for exchange of views in three different areas: decision-making, implementation, and Mercury science. We would encourage Secretariat to continue with these activities. Three parties from our region already benefit from special international program. Not only specific international program, but also the Global Environment Facility and special program on institutional strengthening for the chemical cluster remain to be an important tool for developing countries and countries with economies in transition for reaching the convention goals. We thank parties which continue to provide financial support for it. We are looking forward to constructive discussion in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the statement from the Central and Eastern Europe Group. Your statement has been acknowledged and duly noted. And also thank you very much for all statements from all regions. It is clear that all regions expect COP4 to continue the strong journey of the Minamata Convention to push forward on implementation. I trust that even though we are meeting in an online setting for COP41, that with the good Minamata spirit of solidarity, cooperation, and flexibility, we will be able to make a good progress, both for the agenda items that we have for this online segment and also how the work in the online segment will help us in preparation for the resumption of COP4 in person in Bali next year. This concludes the opening of the meeting. We now turn to organizational matters and particularly item 2A, adoption of the agenda. I call the conference of the parties to the Minamata Convention for consideration of agenda item 2A, the adoption of the agenda. The plenary should have before it document 1, provisional agenda, and document 1@1, annotated provisional agenda, and also document 2, issues and information for the attention of COP4. The provisional agenda for COP4 has been prepared in agreement with me and takes into the account the feedback received from the Bureau. Given that COP4 is meeting in 2 segments, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that this provisional agenda covers the whole 4th meeting. Both COP41, the online segment convening from 1 to 5th November, as well as COP42, the 2nd segment that is to convene in Bali, Indonesia. According to Rule 13 of the Rules of Procedures of the Conference of the Parties, the meeting may decide to add, delete, defer or amend agenda items. However, only items which are considered by the meeting as urgent and important may be added to the agenda. It is possible to discuss issues under agenda item 8, other matters which will be considered at COP42 as time allows. Are there amendments to the agenda? So if you wish to speak, kindly click on the green raise hand icon. The moderator will then give you the floor for you to make your intervention. Is there any intervention? So I see no request. Okay, I see. Okay. I see no request for the floor. Thank you. Proposal for amending the agenda, I now invite the plenary to adopt the agenda. Are there any objection? So I see no objection. The agenda is adopted. Now that we have agreed on our agenda, we can move to agenda item 2B, which relates how we organize our work at COP 4.1. The next item on our agenda is item 2B, on the organization of work of the online segment of the fourth meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Before inviting the Secretariat to introduce the organization of work to you in detail, I would like to highlight a few points. COP4 was originally set as a 5-day meeting in Bali, Indonesia, from 1 to 5 November 2021. Given the exceptional circumstances caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, consultations began in early 2021 to ascertain the best way forward on the meeting format and timing. COP4 would convene into segment, an online segment from 1 to 5 November 2021, and the second segment meeting in person tentatively in the first quarter of 2022 in Bali, Indonesia. Due to the online setting and limited time available, the Bureau has agreed that for the organization of work of COP41, the Conference of the Parties would focus on the most time-sensitive items on the agenda that cannot be deferred to 2022. In accordance with the Bureau's agreement, the priorities and time-sensitive agenda items and decisions expected to be adopted during the online segment are item 6, Program of Work and Budget, with COP 4.1 expected to adopt a decision on the budget for 2022 and possible elements of the 2023 budget. Item 7, dates of the resumed COP4 meeting, with COP 4.1 expected to adopt a decision on the dates of COP 4.2. Furthermore, 3 further matters were prioritized of COP 4.1 to bring to the attention of parties due to their time-sensitive nature, but no decision is expected to be adopted during the online segment, namely item 4I, effectiveness evaluation, Under the broader item 4E and I on financial mechanism and GEF, specifically the matter of the GEF aid replenishment. Under the broader item 4H on national reporting, specifically the matter of the draft reporting guidance in light of parties preparing their first full national reports for submitted by 31st December 2021. The priorities and time-sensitive items have been reflected in the tentative schedule of work for COP 4.1 as contained in document 181 annotated agenda and further explained in document 2, issues and information for the attention of COP 4. The Secretariat will now explain the proposed work arrangement for the online segment as agreed by the Bureau. Secretariat, please deliver the presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The documents relevant to organization of work are as follows. The annotations to the provisional agenda is document 1, add 1. It indicates the agenda items per segment in tabular form and also indicates the documents to be considered under each agenda item of COP 4. Issues and information for the Conference of the Parties, document 2, provides a narrative overview of the agenda items per segment and pertinent information related to matters of the COP. The tentative schedule is found in annotated provisional agenda. Please have a look at the last page as it is appended there. This is, as the President just outlined, the tentative schedule as agreed by the Bureau and as was communicated to parties on the 30th of April 2021. Further, as outlined in the schedule of work for COP 4.1, 4.1 will meet over 5 days, starting today, Monday, until Friday, the 5th of November. Every day, the meeting will meet from 1 to 5:30 Geneva time, CET. This will include a 30-minute break after 2 hours. The segment will consist of 2.5 days of plenary sessions, that is today, Wednesday, and Friday. Plenary is conducted in the 6 official languages of the United Nations. Provision is also made for a contact group on program of work and budget to meet on Tuesday, Wednesday after plenary, and Thursday. This group will work in English only. Parties making contributions to the 2022 and 2023 budget are invited to join the group. Each morning from 10 to 12 Geneva time, the Bureau meets. Regional groups will also have the opportunity to meet over the week prior to plenary between 12 and 12:45 or as they wish. I would also like to draw your attention to Friday. On Friday, the COP is to adopt the report on credentials. Secondly, adopt a decision on program of work and budget for 2022 and possible elements of 2023. Thirdly, adopt a decision on the dates of the second segment. And also, lastly, adopt the meeting report. The meeting will then be adjourned on Friday and is expected to reconvene and resume in Bali on the dates as decided by the COP at this present segment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to note that we have set out work to be from 1 to 5:30 CET. I would like to urge all parties to use the set time as best as possible and to stick as close as possible to the allocated intervention times. I would also like to urge you to be very conscious of time in the contact group Setting as well, bearing in mind that delegates are dialed in from time zones around the world. As illustration, while we begin our plenary and contact group at 13 in Geneva, it is 7 for Quito, Ecuador in the west, and 21 for Tokyo, Japan in the east. Not to mention that 13 Geneva is 2 hours into the next day for Apia, Samoa. As we are operating in an online setting, which is taxing and we need to work across time zones, we have to make a concerted effort to stay within the agreed work time. I would like to make a pause now and open the floor to any questions by parties on the schedule of work provided by the Secretariat. I will thereafter invite the Secretariat to resume its introduction on access to documents during COP 4.1 and related information. Now I open the floor if there are any questions by parties on the schedule of work. I see Indonesia. You may have the floor.
Indonesia, US streaming now. Indonesia, we cannot hear you.
Indonesia, please, the floor is yours. While we wait from the technical problem, I think from Indonesia.
Madam President, may I kindly ask you to repeat what you said? It was cut from our side.
Okay, I think there is a technical problem in Indonesia. So I will encourage Indonesia to make written submission if the technical problem cannot be fixed. Is there any other comment from parties? I see none. I see no request from the parties. So I think we can move to next. I will invite the Secretariat to provide to continue its introduction as they relate to access to documents and related information. Please, Secretariat.
Thank you very much. The intranet, as in past COPs, is the central information hub for this COP as well. The intranet provides a number of items, and let me list them. Firstly, the access button to enter all the different online sessions according to your credentials, whether this is plenary, the Program of Work and Budget Contact Group, consultations on the Bali Declaration, the Bureau, regional meetings, or side events. Secondly, on the intranet is a clickable agenda. You will see through this clickable agenda the pre-session documents that are relevant to agenda items that are before COP 4.1. Thirdly, you will find the schedule that sets out the work items per day of COP 4.1. Furthermore, in terms of interventions, given the online format, delegations are encouraged to make concise interventions of no more than 2 minutes. To facilitate interpretation, we invite you to switch on your video for the time of your intervention and, if possible, to send your intervention in writing to our colleague, Mr. Benedict Muoki. Only interventions that are made orally are considered part of the proceedings and accordingly reflected in the meeting report. I will mention a number of names of individuals to send statements and other items to. Please be assured that all of those contact details are also on the front page of the intranet. So should you not catch the name that I have said or that my colleague Manuela has said or the email addresses, just go to that first page and you will find them. We will also make them available in the chat as needed. But let me continue to say that with regard to the documents for the meeting, all pre-session documents for the entire COP4 are also available on the website. And furthermore, regarding conference room papers, our so-called CRPs, they can be submitted by parties. CRPs should be submitted to our colleague Lynn Doan. The CRP will be made available on the intranet thereafter. Furthermore, the draft report will also be made available on the intranet. Also, information shared in the contact group on Program of Work and Budget, once established, will appear under the tab Contact Group. I'd also like to draw your attention to a number of side events that are taking place throughout the week. You can find the schedule of each of those events in the intranet. And lastly, the meeting will be covered, of course, by ENB reporting services and the Secretariat's communication team, so please follow them for updates on the meeting and on the Minamata Twitter account. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudia. These working arrangements are in line with the agreement by the Bureau on how we would proceed during the online segment. The information has been made available to all parties and observers in advance of the meeting on the website, in the tentative schedule of work, in an official communication, as well as during various briefings. We hope that these working modalities are clear to you. I propose that we organize our work along the lines agreed by the Bureau and as further explained by the Secretariat. We would thus work according to the approach outlined in the document 1 annotated agenda, where the tentative work schedule is reproduced, and also as it is further laid out in document 2, issues and information for COP4. Is there any objection to this proposal? If you wish to speak, kindly click on the raise hand icon. I will then give you the floor to make your intervention. No? Yeah. Okay, I see none, so we will proceed as such. I would now also like to take this opportunity to remind delegates of certain procedures. First, please remember that we are working in 6 languages. Therefore, it is critical that when you take the floor and speak in any of the 6 UN languages, to speak slowly and to pause between sentences. Second, the President will always recognize party delegation first, and when intervention from parties are exhausted, I will, time permitting, give the floor to observers who wish to participate in the discussion. Lastly, I would like to recall that Indonesia has put forward through the Bureau a draft declaration on illegal trade for consultation. To continue the engagement begun with parties from all regions on the draft declaration, provision has been made for those parties that would like to join the consultation to meet on Tuesday, 2 November from 14 to 15:30. Access to the consultation is open to any party, and the draft text and information note on the declaration are available on the intranet. So we will now proceed to agenda item 2D, report on credential. Before inviting the Secretariat to introduce agenda item 2D relating to the report on credential, I wish to address a warm welcome to the new parties to the convention since the last meeting: Albania, Bahamas, Bahrain, Burundi, Cambodia, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Cyprus, Equatorial Guinea, Greece, Iraq, a future party, Italy, North Macedonia, Oman, Pakistan, the Philippines, Poland, a future party, Qatar, United Republic of Tanzania, and Zimbabwe, a future party. Welcome to the Minamata family. The Bureau has considered the issue of credential carefully. I would now like to invite the Secretariat to introduce the item. Please, Secretariat.
Thank you very much. For this item, there are 3 documents relevant, and let me list them. The first are the rules of procedure of the Conference of the Parties to the Minamata Convention. Secondly, the communication to all parties dated the 30th of April. And thirdly, I'd also draw your attention to Inf 28, which is the admission of observers. As regards to credentials, Rule 19 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference of the Parties provides that the credentials of representatives of parties and the names of alternate representatives and advisors must be submitted to the Secretariat, if possible, no later than 24 hours after the opening of the meeting. Credentials must be issued either by a head of state or government or by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, or in the case of a regional economic integration organization, by the competent authority of that organization. Representatives of parties may participate provisionally in the meeting pending a decision by the Conference of the Parties on their credentials. At the beginning of this meeting, there are 32 parties to the convention, not including the 3 future parties. The tentative schedule of work of the meeting, which was just agreed, provides that the deadline for parties to submit their credentials is 6 p.m. CET, Geneva, on Tuesday, 2nd of November, and that the Bureau would submit its report on credentials to plenary when it resumes on Friday, 5th November. The Bureau, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will examine the credentials of the representatives of the parties present at the meeting and then report thereon to the Conference of the Parties. Please kindly transmit any credentials by email to our MEA Minamata meetings@un.org account as soon as possible. If the Secretariat has not acknowledged receipt of your credentials or you need any other follow-up action, kindly get in touch with our colleague Joanne Edma at jo.edma, EDMA, @un.org. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite all parties to make their best effort to submit their credential within 24 hours of the opening of the meeting and no later than tomorrow, Tuesday, 2nd November at 6 p.m. The Secretariat will connect and verify the credential. The Bureau, which also acts as the credential committee, will prepare its report based on the agreed approach and present its report to the meeting on Friday, 5th November, for its consideration and adoption. I wish to emphasize that as we are operating online, credential not yet submitted must be transmitted to the Secretariat by email. If the Secretariat has not acknowledged receipt of the credential, please follow up immediately with Ms. Joanne Edma. Her contact details are available in the chat and also on the intranet. I will invite the chair of the Credential Committee to provide us with a progress report on Wednesday during the plenary. Now we are ready to begin in earnest our deeper work and turn to agenda item 6, Program of Work and Budget. I would like to invite the Secretariat to introduce agenda item 6 on Program of Work and Budget. Please, Secretariat.
Thank you. So the documents relevant to this agenda are namely the document number 24, as well as the INF documents 21 and 22. One of the main reasons for convening this online segment of the Conference of the Parties is that the current 2020-21 budget approved by COP3 will expire on 31st of December 2021. As requested by the Conference of the Parties to the Minamata Convention in its decision MC3/12, the Executive Secretary has prepared and submitted to the 4th meeting a budget for the biennium 2022 to 2023. That is document 24. The document presents 2 budget scenarios, one maintaining the operational budget at the 2020-21 level in nominal terms, and one reflecting the changes to that scenario that are required to meet the projected needs and the related costs, without exceeding a 5% increase over the 2020 to 2021 level in nominal terms. The budget also includes, among other things, the additional budget for organizing the 4th meeting of the Conference of the Parties in 2 parts and information on the projected cash balance. The budget activity fact sheets set out further details of the proposed activities of the proposed program of work and budget in INF document 22. owing to the extraordinary circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Conference of the Parties is to be held in 2 segments, which will have an impact on the consideration process for the program of work and budget. During the online segment, the Conference of the Parties will be invited to consider and approve the complete program of work and budget for 2022. The approval of the budget will ensure that parties can in principle be notified of the amount of their 2022 contribution before the contribution deadline stipulated in the financial rules for the Conference of the Parties to the Minamata Convention on Mercury and any of its subsidiary bodies, as well as financial provisions governing the functioning of the Secretariat. Furthermore, it will ensure the continued implementation of the Convention and operation of the Secretariat in 2022. During the online segment, the Conference of the Parties may also decide on elements of the budget for 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Please note that there will be a further opportunity to discuss matters in detail in the proposed contact group. But before doing so, it will be important to hear initial and general considerations from parties. Let me open the floor for initial and general comments. I see no request from the floor.
Forgive me, Madam President, there is now a request by Slovenia.
And member states. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Slovenia would like to make a statement on behalf of the European Union and its member state. The European Union and its member states would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing the proposal for the 2 budget scenarios for the 2022-23 biennium and for its supporting documents. The main priority for the EU and its member states is an endorsement of the 2022 program of work and budget, which will ensure efficient functioning of the Secretariat and the operation of essential activities for the implementation of the Minamata Convention. European Union and its member states are aware that the Convention needs a fully operational budget. For the European Union and its member state, the continued work on the effectiveness evaluation is very important. We would like to ensure that progress is made with regard to the implementation of Article 22 of the Convention. We share the views of many parties that the work of those activities should start as soon as possible. We look forward to discussing and hopefully take these decisions at COP 4.2. With a view to find the best solution to advance the effectiveness evaluation process, EU and its member state can support that in this exceptional situation, the relevant resources are allocated before enabling decisions are taken at COP 4.2 for these activities. However, we would also like to emphasize that this should in no way set a precedent for future deliberations on either effectiveness evaluation or other activities. We recognize the need for certain increase in the budget for the 2022-2023 biennium. We are of the view that COP 4.1 adopts the 2022 budget under the condition that COP 4.2 will review that budget as part of the deliberations on the budget for the 2022-2023 biennium at COP 4.2. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Slovenia. On behalf of the EU and its member states, Your intervention is well noted. So now I would like to invite Iran to make the statement. Iran, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Iran, we can hear you.
This meeting and also for hello.
Iran,
Yes, and also
excuse me.
Secretariat.
Excuse me for interrupting you, Iran. I will unmute your mic, but if you could start again with your statement, please, your intervention.
Yes, now you can hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, Iran.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I should appreciate Indonesia for hosting this meeting and the future in-person meeting of the Minamata Convention, Conference of Parties of Minamata Convention, and also Secretariat for the hard work for arranging this meeting. Sorry to ask this question. This question goes back to my previous agenda item, but since there was a problem for raising hand, so I ask it here. Regarding a Bali declaration, you referred that there will be a consultation meeting tomorrow. We want some clarification. We request some clarification by you whether this consultation meeting is that whether in this consultation meeting there will be time for deliberation of parties, because we think that individually and also in regional group first this matter should be discussed, and then we can talk about that. But generally, we don't have problem about the agenda items, other agenda items. Specifically about these agenda items, if you can clarify that whether there will be time to deliberate in regional groups and also by parties, when we can do that. Thank you.
Iran, please, could you repeat it again? Sorry, really sorry, because I'm not really clear about your point. Please, Iran.
Madam President, my question is regarding the previous agenda item that you told there will be a consultation meeting tomorrow regarding Bali declaration. Since there hasn't been any deliberation and feedback by the parties regarding this draft proposed by Indonesia, and also it has not been already discussed in regional groups, we want to we request you to clarify how it will proceed tomorrow in the consultation meeting, because we have not already discussed this matter. So we want to clarify about the tomorrow meeting, about this tomorrow consultation meeting about the Bali declaration. It is not already in the agenda item of the of this conference of the parties. Maybe it can be in the agenda item of other matters, but it didn't is discussed there.
Much. Let me just recall that the timing for the consultation is tomorrow. The timing for the consultation is from 2 to 3:30 Geneva time. As to the how the consultation will proceed, may we ask your indulgence until after this agenda item to be able to give you a bit more detail on that, but rest assured that your comments have been noted, and we shall try to endeavor to give you a bit more information just once we have gone through this particular agenda item, but it's very valid. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your explanation. Now I would like to invite Indonesia. Please, Indonesia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear my voice now?
Yes, very clear.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would just like to apologize for any inconvenience and confusion that I may have created before. Well, on this agenda item, Indonesia fully understands that program of work and budget is the main agenda item of COP 4.1. The adoption of program of work and budget is critical in ensuring continuous implementation of the convention, including uninterrupted operation of the Secretariat and organs and bodies of the convention. Program of work and budget for 2022 should accommodate and ensure inclusive participation of all parties to the convention. For example, through budget allocation of all parties to the convention, through budget allocation to support developing countries in attending the COP 4.2 both physically and virtually. Furthermore, as the convention steadily enters the implementation phase, we should ensure that parties are well supported to fulfill their commitments under the convention, especially those which are time-bound, such as phasing out products which contain mercury and the submission of national reports. For this reason, we should ensure the availability of sufficient budget to support parties in implementing obligations under the convention, including budget dedicated to capacity building activities. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Indonesia, is there any other intervention regarding program of work and budget agenda time? Yes, I see Japan. Please, Japan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. First, Japan would like to thank the government of Indonesia and the Secretariat for organizing this online meeting, despite the many challenges under the unprecedented situation. On the issue of budget, we would like to thank the Secretariat for the presentation and also organizing the online forum and briefing session before the meeting, which were very helpful for our preparation. We appreciate the Secretariat for proposing to consider and adopt the budget for 2022 only at this COP, leaving the consideration and adoption of the whole budget for the biennium 2022 to 23 for the next COP. We agree that although the situation of the COVID-19 has improved to some extent, there remains a lot of uncertainty about the future. We think the proposed approach is practical and workable, and Japan is ready to discuss the proposed two scenarios of the budget. One of the policy issues that Japan has attached great importance to is the effectiveness to evaluation. We hope that enough fund will be secured to support the ongoing intersessional work towards the COP 4.2 next year. We look forward to working with other parties on the program work and budget issues in the contact group starting tomorrow. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Japan. Your comments are well noted. Is there any other intervention regarding program of work and budget agenda item? Okay, I see no more. Sorry. Oh, Burkina Faso. Please. Burkina Faso, the floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of Africa, may we state how important the interest in the subject under discussion is, and state our hopes that Africa, through Ghana, may be co-chair of the relevant working group. We wish to work in this group to make sure that the budget is adequate for the aspirations of Africa, particularly in terms of assessments and evaluations, for things like laboratory analysis to be taken into account so that we can make clear the impacts on human health and the health of the environment of mercury and propose measures to counter the effects of mercury that would be appropriate. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Burkina Faso, on behalf of the African region. Your comments are duly noted. Is there any other intervention again? I see no request for the floor, so thank you very much. Thank you very much for your intervention and reflections. They are clear and well noted. I note the need expressed by parties to further consider this matter, including the proposed decision set out in document 24. I propose to set up a contact group on program of work and budget. The mandate of the contact group would be to arrive at an agreed decision to take at COP 4.1 by deliberating on the proposed budgetary elements of the program of work for 2022. The contact group may also deliberate on and propose elements of the budget for 2023 that could be put forward to COP 4.1 as part of that decision. In their deliberation, the contact group will identify any budgetary implication of actions which are not foreseen in the draft program of work and budget, but are included in proposed decision. The co-chairs of the contact group will report back to plenary on Wednesday, 3rd November on the progress achieved. The contact group is to conclude its work by the afternoon of Thursday, 4th November, including to finalize the draft decision by that time. We are to consider the agreed decision on Friday in plenary for adoption. I would like to state that the contact group will be established for parties who will be required to contribute to the 2022 to 2023 budget. There are a few countries who have concluded the ratification process, but for whom the convention will only enter into force after COP 4.1. I would suggest that the contact group will be open to participation of these future parties as observers. Is there any objection? I see no objection, so it is so decided. The contact group on program of work and budget will need co-chairs. After consultation with the Bureau and all the regions, I propose that Mr. Sam Adukumi from Ghana and Mr. Reggie Hernaus from the Netherlands are the co-chairs of the contact group. Are there any objection to this proposal? I see none. Very well, it is so decided. Mr. Adukumi and Mr. Hernaus, thank you for taking on this important task. I very much look forward to hearing of your efforts on Wednesday. Before the end of the session, the Secretariat will inform you of the arrangement for the contact group to meet from Tuesday, 2nd of November. Okay, because we are well on the time, so the next we will have the break time for 30 minutes. So now is in Jakarta is okay from 15 to 15:30 Geneva time or 20 to 20:30 Jakarta time. So now we have a break.
Greetings, Alexander. Greetings, Alexander. This is John Porter. Can you hear me? Please send feedback on the chat. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Greetings, Alexander. Testing on the English channel. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Please let me know if you can hear me loud and clear. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Alexander.
So now I'm on the English channel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is John Porter. I heard Aaron just counting. It sounded good to me. Alexander, can you hear me, John Porter? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alexander, can you hear me? Okay, cutting out.
Testing the English booth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is Erin testing the English booth. Brilliant, thank you.
Romancia again, this time checking the English channel. Hopefully you can hear me properly. I'm supposed to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me?
No, 1, 2, 3, 4. English channel 1, 2, 3, 4. Test.
Sounds good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, testing. Can you hear me now on the English channel?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thanks.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Sounds good, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Zero, if I could call the meeting to order, please. We will be starting in a minute or so.
Agenda item 7, the dates of the resume meeting. But before I proceed, I acknowledge of the question of Iran regarding Bali Declaration, and we will give more information for the before the conclusion of today. So now I invite the Secretariat to introduce the item of agenda item 7. Please, Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam President. So during the its fifth meeting in April 2021, the COP4 Bureau decided that as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and related restrictions on travel and gatherings, COP4, which was originally planned to be held from 1st to 5th November 2021 in Bali, Indonesia, would be held in two segments. One online segment scheduled for 1st to 5th November 2021, and an in-person segment to be held during the first quarter of 2022 in Bali, Indonesia. The dates of the in-person segment are subject to confirmation by a decision of the COP at its online segment in November this year. The government of Indonesia and the Secretariat recently signed a host country agreement to organize the resume meeting in Bali from 21st to 25th March 2022. The Secretariat circulated to the Bureau a note on possible adjustments to the in-person segment of COP4 in light of COVID-19 pandemic and related measures. These adjustments include limited on-site participation of delegates and the possibility of augmented participation of delegates through online platforms. The note is available on the intranet under other documents. The text of the draft decision on this agenda item is contained in document 25. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to recognize at this stage the delegation of Indonesia. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Indonesia, you are now.
Yes, can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear your voice.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for giving me an opportunity to give some explanation on our plan to host COP 4.2. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Indonesia is currently preparing all necessary elements for a successful COP 4.2. Indonesia highlights the reality that conventional conference is no longer possible. Adjustments must be made based on safety and health reasons. These have become the new normal that we need to realize. Nonetheless, we aim for an effective and inclusive participation from all parties, which will require full flexibility and cooperation from everyone. The urgent issue is to decide on the dates for COP 4.2. Thus, we kindly request parties to positively consider and adopt the proposed dates for in-person COP42 meetings on the 21st to 25th of March 2022 in Bali. I wish to inform you the steady positive developments on pandemic situation in Indonesia. Bali has reached almost 100% of full two-dosage vaccinations. At the national level, the vaccination has reached nearly 60%, or almost 120 million people. Currently, Indonesia has low positivity rate of 0.5%, which is the lowest in the region and far below the 5% standard of WHO. Hopefully, by March 2022, the situation will be much better and more conducive. We are determined to maintain these positive developments, including through strict health protocols. Under current circumstances, we would like to kindly offer each delegation to send 4 delegates to COP 4.2. In preparing for the COP 4.2, the Secretariat has also scheduled to site visit to Bali and to discuss with relevant institutions and authorities. Lastly, Indonesia is hopeful for a face-to-face COP4 meeting where parties around the world could come to Indonesia and resume negotiation on important matters of the convention. I look forward to welcoming all delegations in Bali in March next year. I thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Indonesia. I now open the floor for comments by the parties. If you wish to speak, kindly click the raise hand icon. I would like to ask the Secretariat to project the draft decision contained in document 25. I will wait a moment to give you a chance to see the draft decision before us. I see EU and the member states. I would like to invite, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. The EU and its member states acknowledge the fact that due to exceptional circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemics, the fourth conference of the parties to the convention had to be split into the two segments. We recognize the difficulties in establishing arrangements accordingly and extend our warm thanks to the Indonesian government, the Minamata's Convention Secretariat, and the Bureau for establishing the first segment to take place in an inclusive manner, ensuring the full participation of all parties. The EU and its member states are in favor of the proposal for holding the second face-to-face meeting of the fourth conference of the parties from 21st to 25th of March 2022 in Bali, provided that this can take place in COVID-safe conditions. The EU and its member states welcome and support the contingency plan developed by the Secretariat for the second segment, whilst highlighting inter alia the necessity to comply with the principle of inclusiveness and to establish stable and well-functioning online platforms to ensure meaningful and fully inclusive participation from all parties and observers in their respective capacities. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Slovenia, on behalf of the EU and its member states for supporting Indonesia's proposed dates for COP 4.2. And I see Brazil. I invite Brazil to make a statement. The floor is yours.
Hello? Do you hear me?
Yes, Brazil, we can hear you.
Oh, I cannot open my camera. I apologize. I don't know why. Brazil would also like to thank the Secretariat and the government of Indonesia for hosting COP4. And we would fully support the dates proposed for the face-to-face segment. But we are afraid that if we limit the number of participants, that would also limit the effectiveness, the transparency, and the legitimacy of the meeting. And we would not favor a hybrid meeting. We would like to favor a full face-to-face meeting as decided by the Bureau. That would be my intervention. Thank you, Your Chair.
Thank you, Brazil, for Yeah, thank you, Brazil, for sharing your views. In responding to Brazil's concern, I would. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Brazil. So we still have another intervention. I would like to invite Burkina Faso, representing Africa region. Please, Burkina Faso, the floor is yours.
President. Burkina Faso, on behalf of the African region, would like to thank India for their efforts made to prepare for COP 4.1 online. We also commend the efforts made by Indonesia for an in-person segment in 2022. The African would like to underscore that we completely support the in-person meeting, namely that it ensures all parties to contribute to the implementation of the convention. We support the idea of a non-hybrid, a fully in-person segment, namely due to the connection difficulties that the region faces. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much, Burkina Faso, on behalf of the African region for sharing your views. Next, I see Iran. I would like to invite Iran, please. The floor is yours.
Iran, you are now streaming.
Iran. I invite Iran to make intervention. I don't see Iran, so I would like to invite Chile. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We are indeed most grateful to the presidency, to Indonesia, and of course for the description of all of the advances that have been made with a view to prepare the conference in safe terms. We would also like to thank the Secretariat for the document which is called Probable Adjustment for the Second Segment of COP4, bearing in mind the COVID-19 pandemic. And in line with what has just been said by my colleague from Brazil, we believe that it is of fundamental importance to ensure the maximum participation of delegates at the face-to-face segment. And we would like to point out that if the situation allows for the maximum number of delegates to be present in Bali, we also need to abide by subpara B of the document that I just mentioned, which points out that it will indeed be allowed for online delegates to be able to fully see the proceedings. I believe that for the proper outcome of the proceedings, we cannot allow for a hybrid segment, but we should allow for those delegates who were not able to come to Bali to be able to follow events without necessarily participating in the negotiations. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Chile, for sharing your views. And next, I invite Chad to make an intervention. So please, the floor is yours. I invite Chad. Has Chad been able to connect? Secretariat, could you help connect Chad to the Interprevai?
Madam President, I see Chad streaming and his microphone is unblocked, but I cannot do more from this side. I will ask someone to support Chad technically.
Okay, thank you. I will move to next. Zambia. I open the floor to Zambia. Zambia, the floor is yours.
May I kindly request Zambia to raise the hand again?
Zambia, please raise your hand again.
Madam President, I see Zambia logging on and off. Maybe they're having connection problems. In the meantime, I see Iran has raised the hand again.
Okay, we go to Iran. So Iran, the floor is yours.
Iran, we still cannot hear you. I will kindly request the tech support team, the technical support team, to assist Iran. Thank you.
While trying to help connect Iran and Zambia, I will call the US to make intervention. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. As this is our first time taking the floor, I'd like to thank the government of Indonesia for hosting COP4 and including the flexibility to have the later in-person meeting due to the exceptional circumstances that led to us splitting this meeting into two parts. I'd also like to thank the Secretariat for organizing both this online meeting and working to organize the later session of the COP. This has certainly been a very difficult time to organize meetings, and we appreciate all the efforts to do things in this new way. We would like to support the dates proposed for COP 4.2 put forward by Indonesia, and we look forward to meeting in Bali then. I think we would like to note, however, that should there be limits or limits into how many delegates can appear, it might make our work difficult. We, of course, want to make sure that we're following the needed safety procedures and keeping all of our delegations safe, as well as the people of Indonesia. But we do think that given the broad range of issues that will be taken up at COP 4.2, including some very technical issues such as the proposed amendments to the convention, as well as items such as the waste thresholds and releases, that we should do what we can to have flexibility to have more delegates attend if at all possible, and so that we can adequately cover all these issues. We do appreciate efforts to or suggestions that maybe there can be online access facilitated, but that often leads to unequal participation, and we think that having the needed delegates in person is the most preferred way to operate if that is all possible. So we do appreciate those dates. We look forward to meeting in Bali, but we do hope that we will be able to bring our full delegations to that meeting in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the US. Your comments and suggestions are well noted. Yes, I see Iran. So please, the floor is yours.
Madam President, it seems that Iran is still having problems. In the meantime, I was informed that Zambia is ready to take the floor.
Okay, so next is Zambia. So please, Zambia, the floor is yours.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, first and foremost, on behalf of the Zambian government, the Zambian delegation would like to join the rest in expressing our appreciation to the government of Indonesia and the Minamata Convention for organizing the online meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Madam President, Zambia aligns itself with the statement made by Sierra Leone on behalf of the African region. We further wish to state that the limitation of participation is going to disadvantage the African region, and as such would like to see how best this can be handled. There are two options there for participation, but I think we would like to align with what the African region has put in across. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Zambia, for your comments. Now I would like to invite Dominican Republic representing the GRULAC.
Dominican Republic, you are streaming and your mic is open.
Dominican Republic, the floor is yours. Please, Secretariat, to help the Dominican Republic for the technical matters, perhaps.
Yes, Madam President, I will see to that.
Dominican Republic. If you are still have problem with the technical matters, so I will move to invite Peru to give opportunity to make an intervention. The floor is yours. Peru.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, as may befit to you all. Peru would like to express its support for the dates expressed for the face-to-face COP4 as suggested. And at the same time, we would like to thank Indonesia for offering itself to host this meeting. As regards participation details at the meeting, the delegation of Peru would request of the Secretariat that it ensure as broad as possible participation so that countries can be properly represented at the meeting and so that discussions can be held on the very important agenda items. Likewise, bearing in mind that however much goodwill countries apply in participating at this meeting on a face-to-face or fully in-person basis, some countries will be forced to participate in a remote manner. And I would like to ask the Secretariat that such participation also be guaranteed so that representatives who are only able to participate on a virtual basis will have ample possibility to participate in the discussions and in the decisions that are taken during that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peru, for your views. And I would like to invite next Colombia. The floor is yours, Colombia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colombia supports the holding of an in-person meeting in Bali at the dates and in the conditions presented by the host country and by the Secretariat. We understand that we are still undergoing the effects of the pandemic, however, and thus it is important that for Colombia that this second segment be held so as to avoid interrupting the work of experts and all those who have prepared the meeting. We want to ensure that it's an inclusive meeting. Likewise, we would like to ensure the possibility that in addition to 4 delegates per country attending in person, and able to provide input into the negotiations, we will be given the possibility to provide streaming access for others from the capital, because we consider that this would be a tool to strengthen the national capacities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for supporting the proposed dates, Colombia. Now I will invite Nigeria. The floor is yours.
The Secretariat and the Bureau members for the successful organization of this online meeting, in spite of the technical issues we are experiencing, especially from the developing countries. We also want to commend the effort of the Indonesian government towards hosting the in-person segment of the call, and Nigeria would like to support the proposed dates. However, as already highlighted by previous speakers, there should be no limitation to number of participants, and COP 4.2 should be fully physical for inclusive participation by all parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. And now I will invite Mexico. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I believe my camera is now on. I'm not sure, however.
Mexico, could you raise your hand again, please? Mexico, you are streaming now.
Mexico. I would like to invite Mexico.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon. Greetings to all participants. This is the first statement by Mexico during this online segment of COP4, and thus we would like to express our gratitude to the Secretariat as well as to the government of Indonesia for the excellent organization of this COP4. On behalf of Mexico, we would like to express support for the in-person segment at the dates proposed and in the conditions that have been suggested. We believe that we, of course, have a great awareness of the major efforts that have been undertaken to prepare this online segment, and of the efforts that will be undertaken for the in-person or face-to-face segment. We therefore support the statement by Chile in the sense that any persons who are not able to attend the March segment in person will have an opportunity to participate online, even though it may just be to follow the proceedings of the in-person segment. Last of all, Madam, Mexico would like the budget to clearly reflect, for those countries that need it, some form of support to attend the online segment. That is all on our side. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mexico. And I will invite Dominican Republic. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hopefully you can hear me, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Madam President, for giving me the floor. The Dominican Republic would like to express the support expressed by our colleagues from Brazil and Chile regarding the need to ensure broad access and participation to all parties in the discussions that will take place during the face-to-face segment of COP4. It is very important for this meeting to take place on a face-to-face basis in order to ensure proper representation and the following of democratic principles, and also in order to allow for the various parties to make their statements in a more direct and fruitful way, so that the parties will really have the opportunity and proper tools in order to make the best of the technical tools that are available. Thank you very much, and I hope you can take my own comments and those of my colleagues from Chile and Brazil into account. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Dominican Republic. Now I will return back to Iran. I would like to invite Iran again. I don't see Iran, and I would like to return back to chat. If we see chat, because chat proposed to make intervention before.
I will try to stream chat. Chad, your microphone is on.
I would like to invite Chad. Yeah. Okay, I don't see Chad, so I have to go to Mali. I invite Mali to make intervention. The floor is yours.
Please, Mali, your microphone is on and we can hear some.
Mali? I would like to invite Mali. We cannot hear Mali. Okay, so I move to Pakistan. I would like to invite Pakistan to make intervention. The floor is yours.
Thank you, madam. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Thank you very much, madam, and good afternoon. I would like to convey my thanks and gratitudes to the Secretariat and the Government of Indonesia in hosting this online segment meeting of COP 4.1 of Minamata Convention on Mercury. Madam, as far as COP 4.2 in-person meeting is concerned, Government of Pakistan duly supports the dates of March as proposed by you in Bali. It will be, to my understanding, it will definitely play a pivotal role in understanding the things, particularly the implementation part of this particular convention, and it will further pave the way to every member countries to implement those projects for this to minimize the mercury from their country. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pakistan, for your support to propose dates. And now I would like to invite Botswana. Botswana, the floor is yours.
Forgive me, Madam President, I do not see Botswana in the list of speakers. I now see it. Excuse me, I will now stream. Botswana, you are streaming.
The floor.
There is Botswana.
We appreciate the government of Indonesia for
Botswana, I cannot hear your voice.
Online mute.
Okay, sorry, Botswana. While you make arrangement for the technical matters, so I will move to Mexico. Please, Mexico, the floor is yours.
Mexico, we can hear you.
Mexico.
Unfortunately, the interpreter is not getting any sound from Mexico, Madam Chair.
I will move to Uganda. I invite Uganda to make the intervention. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. Uganda would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you, Madam Chair, and the government of Indonesia and the Secretariat for an excellent work done in organizing this online segment, despite the difficult times that we are in currently. Uganda supports the dates and arrangements for the in-person session of COP4 in Bali. However, Uganda thinks that having both online and in-person session combined may prove problematic for negotiations. It is therefore our considered opinion that we could have the meeting entirely in person. However, it could be streamed live for purposes of following and not negotiations. Because we think that combining in-person negotiations and online negotiation part may be problematic. However, streaming live for purposes of those who are not presently there physically to follow could be okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Uganda, for supporting proposed dates. Your comments are well received. Now I would There have been some parties that have not been able to make their intervention. Can you please send them in writing to the Secretariat? The email address is lin.doan@un.org. Thank you. So I see we will try one more time with Iran. So I would like to invite Iran. I would like to invite Iran again.
Iran, I was able to unmute your phone from here. If you could try to speak now.
Iran. I would like to invite Iran. If we have not yet solved internet connection with Iran, I will give floor to Japan. So please, Japan, the floor is yours.
Japan.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Madam President. I thank the host government, the Secretariat, and the Bureau for considering the format of the in-person segment of the COP 4.2. It is our view that many agenda items at the COP 4.2 are substantive and technical issues, and it is ideal to have a full face-to-face meeting for the negotiation. Among other agenda items, the effectiveness evaluation cannot be postponed because the convention text requires the evaluation to be conducted within 6 years from the entry into force of the convention.
On the other hand, we understand that the health and safety aspect should be prioritized, and some adjustment may need to be applied as elaborated by the Secretariat and the Bureau. Even in that case, we expect the meeting to be organized with effective participation as much as possible. For example, we expect some flexibility for the maximum number of the physical participants, or allowing the remote intervention for the online participants who should have joined the meeting. Another possibility would be to consider focusing on the prioritized agenda items which cannot be postponed, including the effectiveness evaluation and the budget for the 2023, so that we can make the size of the delegation smaller while making a progress for some urgent issues. Thank you.
This, I would suggest parties to submit comments in writing to Secretariat. After comments by parties, I would invite Indonesia to address concerns and questions raised by parties. Please, Indonesia.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can
Thank you
hear
very
you.
much, Madam President. Thank you very much, Madam President, for giving me the floor again. I have been listening very carefully all the interventions, inputs, concern, and expectations from all delegations. I think all are very much sensible, and we took note of the concern. We fully understand the situation, and Indonesia is actually in favor of in-person meeting, a full in-person meeting, but we are also mindful of the dynamic situations related with pandemic. So we need to strike the balance between the inclusive participation of parties with the safety and health measures that we need to take into account. For that reason, Indonesia prepares in-person meeting, and we will also facilitate for online access, including for delegates who cannot travel. But these this is based on the current situation. If the situation allows, of course, Indonesia would be more than happy to welcome more delegates in terms of the numbers, and also we would be prepared to facilitate a full in-person meeting. But at the same time, we will still be in a position to prepare and to provide a hybrid meeting, let's say a hybrid meeting. So let's pray together that the situation in March will be very much conducive, that we could meet as a normal COP as it used to be in Geneva. But again, under the current situation, we would request a full understanding and flexibility from all parties, and we will update parties regularly on the situation, on the COVID situation in Indonesia. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Indonesia. And we have received the message from Iran, so I would like to ask Secretariat to read the chat from Iran. Please, Secretariat.
Thank you very much. As mentioned, we have received in writing the intervention that Iran would like to make, so I will try to read it out as best as possible on behalf of Iran. And the text goes as follows. No hybrid meeting shall be held, as it would affect considerably the full participation of parties. Due to heavy schedule of COP 4.2, putting limitation in the number of participation of parties would infringe upon the decision of the delegation to be composed of all the technical and legal experts necessary to support the delegation in the conference. The host country must develop other options to secure safety and health of the delegation without compromising the quality of the work, which is highly dependent on the full participation of delegations. It should be noted, it concludes, that hybrid format is only a viable option for the intercessional period during the challenges arising from COVID-19. The statement is concluded.
Okay, thank you, Secretariat. Thank you very much, intervention by various parties, and thank you Indonesia and Iran also to send the statement for this. I have heard significant support to the proposed date, which is from 21st to 24th. Okay. Okay, sorry. Now I see China. I would like to invite China. China, you have the floor.
Can you hear me now?
应该可以啊。那谢谢主席。
Thank you, Madam Chair. China support Iran statement. We also heard other parties about COP4. 4.4 is very important for its agenda items. in the principle of equality, fairness, we should make sure that ensure all the parties participate in the conference. Today, we can see a lot of technical questions, problems that impedes the full participation and discussion from the parties. Therefore, we think that by taking into the pandemic situation, we also like to have the meeting face to face. Thank you.
Thank you, China, for your views and comments. Thank you very much. I understand that I see the observers already raised the hand, but before we have limitation of time, so I think we can move to next agenda. And thank you very much for intervention from various parties and further explanation by Indonesia. I have heard support to the proposed dates, which is from 21st to 25th March 2022. Thank you very much. So we turn next to evaluating At the same time, I have also heard calls for the importance of inclusive and fair participation of delegates, as well as health and safety situation. This is clearly imperative. So now I would suggest that we go ahead with decision by inserting the proposed dates in the document. Can we go ahead with that decision? So I don't see the hand raised. So I would like to ask Secretariat to project this decision. Thank you very much. So now we turn next to evaluating the effectiveness of the convention. So I ask the Secretariat. Before we move, I ask the Secretariat again to project the proposed dates. Sorry. Are there any objection to this text? I see no objection, so the decision is thus agreed to be adopted. Pending confirmation that any budget implications have been accommodated in the budget for 2022. So we turn next to evaluating the effectiveness of the convention. Arrangement to evaluate the effectiveness of the convention has been a COP agenda item since COP1. Much important work has been done since 2017. And this applies also to the most recent intersession period between COP3 and COP4. I would like to turn to the Secretariat to introduce the documents that pertain to intersessional work as mandated by COP3.
Thank you very much. There are a number of documents that pertain to this particular agenda item, that is agenda item 4I, effectiveness. And let me detail the documents. Firstly, it's document 18 on effectiveness. It's document 18 add 1 on indicators. Document 18 add 2 on monitoring guidance. And this is supported further by INF 11 on indicators and INF 12 on indicators. With regard to these documents, recalling that COP3 agreed in Decision 310 on 3 areas of work to be carried out in advance of the 4th meeting, these documents report on the work done intersessionally. Firstly, COP3 invited parties to submit their views on the proposed indicators and requested the Secretariat to compile those views in advance of COP4. Add 1 to document 18 and INF 11 set out the work done intersessionally on indicators. Secondly, the COP requested the Secretariat to advance the work on drafting guidance on monitoring to maintain harmonized, comparable information on mercury levels in the environment. Add 2 to document 18 sets out the work on the draft guidance. INF 12 contains the executive summary of the draft guidance. Thirdly, COP3 requested the Secretariat to advance the work on drafting Article 21 synthesis report and also the trade, supply and demand report. Furthermore, as mentioned by the President, there has been much work done on the topic of evaluating the effectiveness of the Convention since COP1. In this regard, document 18 sets out an overview of the work done so far, as well as the areas remaining to be concluded on for the COP to give full effect to Article 22 to put in place the framework and arrangements for evaluating the effectiveness of the Convention and to conduct its first evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you for outlining the documents, laying out the good work that was undertaken and advanced by parties, and the Secretariat since COP3 on effectiveness evaluation as based on the mandate given in Decision 310. I know that effectiveness evaluation is not only close to my heart, but that many parties in the Minamata family wish to see the convention come together on this matter. We will open the consideration of these documents in depth only at COP 4.2. In the meantime, I would like to recognize that following COP3, some parties initiated informal consultation among parties on items that remain unresolved at COP3 and were not part of the work provided for in Decision 310. May I invite the said parties to inform the plenary of their initiative. So I recognize Norway. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. On behalf of Canada and Norway, I would first like to thank the parties, consultants, and the Secretariat for producing a comprehensive monitoring guidance, the parties for converging on their views on the list of indicators, and the Secretariat for advancing the work on the Trade Supply and Demand Report and the Article 21 Synthesis Report, as called upon in MC3/10. We also appreciate the substantial work already put into developing a framework for the first effectiveness evaluation in previous intersessional periods, based on the convention text and the mandates set out in MC1/9 and MC2/10. Following the third conference of parties, Norway and Canada shared a mutual concern that key items of the proposed framework were not agreed upon, and that further delays could result in the COP not meeting the treaty commitment to begin the first effectiveness evaluation no later than 2023, as set out in Article 22, paragraph 1. To this end, we engage with regions and interested parties to identify the remaining items and propose solutions to them, while avoiding opening up already agreed upon items and avoiding duplication of the work of the Secretariat. While the framework for the first effectiveness evaluation that we are proposing in our CRP is based on the CRP from the contact group in COP3, it has evolved from that through the invaluable input that we have received from all contributing parties and regions. This CRP is therefore our best effort to address all the views and concerns expressed to us during the past 2 years, including the latest feedback that we have received since the regional meetings. We are immensely grateful for the commitment, patience, and trust that all parties gathered here today have voluntarily given this endeavor. Our CRP addresses the main areas of work identified in UNEP MC COP 4/18 and gives particular attention to the concerns raised by parties and regions regarding the following 3 issues. Firstly, the need for an inclusive and transparent evaluation that gives parties several opportunities to provide data and information, as well as to review and comment on both draft plans and products in order to instill trust and confidence in the process globally. Secondly, the broad range of scientific and technical expertise needed to compile, synthesize, analyze, and integrate the available scientific, environmental, technical, financial, and economic information on which the effectiveness evaluation shall be based, as called upon in Article 22, paragraph 3. And thirdly, the importance of having comparable mercury monitoring data in humans and the environment from all regions, based on the monitoring guidance and as called for in Article 22, paragraph 2, in order to evaluate progress made under the treaty. We address these concerns in the 4 elements of our CRP: the decision text, the framework that identifies institutional arrangements, processes, and reports on a timeline, the terms of reference for the Effectiveness Evaluation Committee, and a terms of reference for the Scientific Advisory Group on Effectiveness Evaluation. We hope that these key elements can be agreed upon in COP 4.2 and established under the Convention. With this proposal, we envision that the first effectiveness evaluation of the treaty proceeding in a manner that instills confidence among all parties, creating a shared scientifically founded knowledge base, and advances our collective effort to make Mercury history. To this end, we ask that you, honored delegates, consider using this CRP as the basis for further discussions on the framework of the first effectiveness evaluation. To further facilitate preparations for COP 4.2, we also kindly ask if the Secretariat could invite written comments and arrange an online session for parties to exchange views on the framework of the first effectiveness evaluation. Thank you very much for considering working forward based on this collaborative effort to COP 4.2.
Thank you, Norway, on behalf of Canada and Norway. As mentioned, we are not in position to go in depth into matters pertaining to effectiveness evaluation in this online segment. I note that Norway and Canada have produced a conference room paper that may be useful in further discussion on the framework of the first effectiveness evaluation. I also note expressed the question by Norway, Canada, namely whether in the time until COP 4.2, the Secretariat could invite written comments and arrange an online session for parties to exchange views on the framework for the first effectiveness evaluation. I hereby open the floor for any comments or reflections on what has been presented and the question. I see Indonesia, so I would like to invite Indonesia. The floor is yours. I invite Indonesia. So now I will invite India to deliver intervention. Please, India, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. And on behalf of India, first of all, I congratulate the Secretariat for organizing this online segment of the Conference of Parties to Minamata Convention. Secondly, in the last intervention, India did not intervene as it agreed to the proposed dates of the COP 4.2. With regard to the current topic being discussed regarding the effectiveness evaluation, India extends its appreciation to all the country parties and the Secretariat for coming up with a good amount of work during the past few months with regard to development of the effectiveness evaluation framework. A good amount of agreement in that regard with regard to many of the items may be there with respect to many countries, including India. In the intervening period, that is up to 4.2, as suggested by the chair, it would be quite worthwhile to engage on with all the countries where still the consensus is to be met. In that regard, India would like to emphasize that we need to build such a robust framework wherein it is easy to report and at the same time it is quite effective to meet the intended objectives of the Minamata Convention. What India would suggest is that it should have a very robust, transparent and equitable framework of reporting so that each country party is well placed and more than willing, not just being as a member of the Minamata Convention, but because of the ease, because of the understandability of the indicators that would come up in the Minamata Convention. With this, in the remaining time, that is up to 4.2, India would also come up with certain interventions with regard to the unresolved items, definitely. And I hope and see that there would be a real consensus and the deadline of starting the effectiveness evaluation of the Minamata Convention, which is 2023, would not be missed out. With this, I again congratulate the Secretariat and all the country parties for making this online session a kind of the beginning of this online session a success. And I hope that everyone stays safe, stays well in their own spaces as of now. Thank you.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you
your
very much for your
intervention, India.
intervention.
I will now try again to give Indonesia the floor. Indonesia. If the connection problem has not been resolved yet, I will give the floor to the UK. Please, UK.
Thank you very much, Madam President. As this is the first time the United Kingdom has taken the floor, Her Majesty's Government would like to thank the President of the Conference, the parties, the Bureau, and the Secretariat is an important opportunity for us all to ensure that the crucial work of the Convention can continue into 2022, despite the ongoing challenges presented by COVID-19. The UK welcomes the progress that has been made by parties and the Secretariat on effectiveness evaluation in the build-up to COP4. We share the Minamata Convention's commitment to limiting mercury emissions and releases on a global scale, and we believe a robust and complete effectiveness evaluation is essential to achieving such aims. The UK is supportive of further dialogue between now and COP 4.2 over a potential decision text and framework for an effectiveness evaluation. And we believe the conference room paper submitted by Canada and Norway represents a suitable basis for further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, UK. I now invite China to give intervention. Please, China, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam President. The Chinese delegation would like to thank the Secretariat and the experts for the substantial work done during the intersessional period, especially in view of the challenges posed by the pandemic, and for their efforts in preparing for the first effectiveness evaluation of the Convention. We are also grateful to Canada and Norway for their work during the intersessional period and for the detailed presentation made just now. The effectiveness evaluation is an important tool for assessing the effectiveness of the implementation. We welcome and support the evaluation process. We take note of the documents on indicators for effectiveness evaluation and the draft monitoring guidance prepared by the Secretariat. As regards monitoring-related work, arrangements have already been made in the Convention and in its COP decisions. We would like to stress that technical documents such as the monitoring guidance for effectiveness evaluation should be prepared in accordance with the Convention and the COP decisions and should not go beyond their mandate. And of course, in our next meeting, we will continue our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention, China. I will now invite Slovenia. Sorry, before Slovenia, I would like to invite EU and its member state. EU, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Slovenia actually on behalf of EU and its member states, so it's the same. Thank you for giving me the floor again. EU and its member states congratulate the Minamata Secretariat for continuing the work on the evaluation of the Convention's effectiveness since COP3, in accordance with the decision MC3/10, in particular concerning the indicators and the guidance for monitoring. The EU and its member states recall their appreciation of the report on effectiveness evaluation, which was presented by the ad hoc expert group at COP3. However, we do recognize that certain issues remained unresolved at that meeting, and we are looking forward to continued discussion of this matter. We reiterate our understanding that current knowledge does not yet allow linking in a robust manner global monitoring data to the effectiveness of the Convention. Hence, in our view, the first effectiveness evaluation should principally aim at assessing whether the Convention is effective in reducing mercury demand, supply, its use, as well as emissions and releases. The EU and its member states welcome the initiative by Norway and Canada that have facilitated informal discussions. We believe that the CRP presented by Norway and Canada provides a good basis for future negotiations within a contact group during the second segment of the fourth conference of the parties. The EU and its member states have endeavored to actively engage in this facilitative work, while strongly recommending building on points that were agreed at COP3 within the contact group as reflected in the decision. The EU and its member states highlight the importance of agreeing an effectiveness evaluation framework at the second segment of COP4 in order to fulfill the COP's obligations to evaluate the effectiveness of this convention, in line with Article 22 of the Minamata Convention. The EU and its member states will therefore continue to actively participate in any ongoing work and appreciate the opportunity to do so in light of the second segment of COP4. As the two segments are less than 6 months apart, we want to ensure that work on effectiveness evaluation in the run-up to the second segment of COP4 is efficiently organized and maximized. We believe that this will facilitate negotiations and a swift adoption of a decision on effectiveness evaluation at the second segment of COP4. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Slovenia, on behalf of EU and its member states. I will now give the floor to Switzerland. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to start by thanking Indonesia and the Secretariat for preparing this virtual COP, and we are very much looking forward to the COP 4.2 in Indonesia. Madam Chair, colleagues, a sound effectiveness evaluation is a key element to achieve a successful implementation of our convention. We share very much the concern expressed by Norway and Canada that further delays could affect having a good and informative effectiveness evaluation as required by the convention text. We appreciate very much the efforts and the work undertaken by Norway and Canada to address remaining issues. And we support the proposal made by Norway and Canada to consider the CRPR further up to the COP 4.2 in the way as they have suggested in the intervention. We think that's a promising way to achieve progress, to achieve and prepare a good ground to have a sound discussion on this at the COP 4.2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Switzerland. Now I would like to invite United States. The floor is yours.
Hear and see me. Chair, can you hear and see me?
I can hear you, but not really clear. Moderator, could you help us? I cannot hear your voice, but I can see you. The camera is on.
US, could you try speaking again, please?
United States.
Madam Chair, can you hear and see me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Chair. We are very appreciative of the various intersessional efforts of the Secretariat, parties, and the monitoring experts, which have contributed towards a clearer understanding of party views on the proposed indicators and pragmatic and functional draft monitoring guidance that, when completed, will provide a solid foundation for further work on the evaluation. The United States supports a robust, a science-based, a participatory, and a cost-effective effectiveness evaluation for the Minamata Convention that prioritizes data transparency and integrity. We were grateful in particular for the intersessional opportunities to discuss the proposed indicators and note that after further analysis, many parties, in fact, saw opportunities for improvements to the indicator list. We now see a substantial degree of alignment across the party submissions on indicators, and we look forward to being able to adopt a revised list of indicators at the in-person segment of COP4. We also wish to extend our thanks to Canada and Norway for their efforts to organize fruitful, informal discussions on both the proposed indicators and the overall framework process. We can accept the Norway-Canada CRP as a basis for further discussions about the overall framework. We agree that further engagement amongst parties on the framework is needed to advance the work and to fulfill the obligations of Article 22 in a timely fashion. And we believe that further discussions on a framework, including through written comments exchanged in an online process, will help us maintain momentum and work towards reaching consensus on these key components during the in-person segment of COP4 in Bali. Thank you.
Thank you, the US. So I would like to invite again Indonesia to make intervention. Indonesia, the floor is yours. Because I don't see Indonesia, so I would like to invite Iran. Iran, the floor is yours. Iran, I would like to invite Iran. Secretariat, could you help us for Iran?
Yes, Madam President, I will contact Iran to get the intervention if possible.
Okay. I would like to return back to Indonesia again. I would like to invite Indonesia. Indonesia. So I will move to invite Nigeria. Nigeria, the floor is yours.
I would like to appreciate the hard work of the Secretariat, the parties, experts, and non-parties for their contribution to the work of Minamata effectiveness evaluation. I would also like to take special note of the list of proposed indicators for evaluating the effectiveness of the convention and the draft guidance on monitoring. Madam President, effective implementation of the convention is central to making Mercury history. We are therefore looking forward to COP 4.2 for the full deliberation of the proposal side by side with the Germany and Norway's CRP and other international processes, and hope that by COP 4.2 we'll be able to arrive at a decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. And I would like to invite Brazil. Brazil, the floor is yours.
Brazil would like to express general support to the process led by the Secretariat in the objective of creating a set of indicators of effective evaluation. Nevertheless, due to the unforeseen circumstances of the COVID pandemic, many countries were not able to fully engage in the technical drafts for the indicators, which is why we believe that any decision on the matter should only be taken at the face-to-face segment as planned. We thank Canada and Norway for their CRP and look forward to further discuss their proposal, especially its financial implications. Furthermore, we would like to add that the selection of indicators must not add an extra burden to developing countries due to their complexity or the lack of capacity to implement them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Brazil, I will go to Indonesia again. Indonesia, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear your voice.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear your voice.
Okay, thank you. Indonesia fully understand that Article 22 of the Minamata Convention mandate us to evaluate the effectiveness of this convention, beginning no later than 6 years after the date of entry into force of the convention, which is 16 August 2023. COP4 is likely the last COP before that deadline. Therefore, COP4 should be able to establish an agreed framework for effectiveness evaluation to comply with the deadline. Indonesia appreciates work done by the Secretariat and experts and contribution made by parties, including Indonesia observers and relevant stakeholders in the last 2 years in developing proposed indicator and guidance on monitoring. The current proposed indicator and draft guidance monitoring have been significantly improved from draft presented at COP3. The indicators are comprehensive and informative and could serve as a strong basis for effectiveness evaluation mechanism. Indonesia stands ready to continuously exchange views and perspectives with parties and work together to reach consensus on effectiveness evaluation at COP 4.2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Indonesia. And I would like to invite again Iran. Iran, the floor is yours.
Kameranya keluar. Tapi suaranya clear kan?
Itu bukan screen touch, Mas.
Iran, I would like to invite Iran.
Biar ditonjok.
Secretariat, could you please help us?
Yes, Madam President, I'm trying to contact Iran. I was also informed by the interpreters they're asking speakers to turn on their cameras, please. I'm conveying this message from the interpreters. But in the meantime, yes, Madam President, I will continue trying to reach out to Iran. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I see that all of the stakeholders mostly already make intervention. So I would like to invite observer, and the first is European Environment Bureau. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, now this one. Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the Zero Mercury Working Group, an international coalition of over 110 public interest NGOs from more than 55 countries. As it is our first time talking, we would like to thank the government of Indonesia, as well as UN Environment, the Bureau and the Secretariat for all their work in preparation for this meeting. The Zero Mercury Working Group would like to express appreciation to the governments of Canada and Norway for leading an intersessional dialogue to further advance mutual understanding around the issues of effectiveness evaluation and express gratitude to all parties who participated and contributed to the discussions. Further, we commend these parties on producing a very helpful conference room paper which builds on the significant work done to date and sets forth a clear proposal for the effectiveness evaluation framework. The proposed framework provides mechanisms to take advantage of relevant information and expertise and offers ample opportunities for ensuring oversight by the Conference of the Parties at all critical steps in the process. We support using the CRP as the base for negotiation at the second part of COP4, and we are looking forward to participating actively in the intersessional process before COP 4.2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I see again the parties would like to make intervention. I would like to invite Colombia. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For Colombia, the assessment of the Minamata Convention is very important. And that is why we would be thankful for you to do all efforts possible in making progress concerning indicators and monitoring. We would like to thank Canada and Norway for the CRP they have presented, And as they have said, this is an instrument that will facilitate informal dialogue, which will allow us to reach a consensus during the formal discussions at COP 4.2 in Bali. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Colombia, and I would like to invite Japan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. My delegation welcomes the progress of the intersessional works carried out by the Secretariat, experts, and also interested parties, especially Norway and Canada since the COP3, and also appreciates all these efforts. Japan considers that the effectiveness evaluation of the convention is one of the most important agenda items at the resumed session of the COP4. Therefore, Japan believes that the further work should be conducted between the COP 4.1 and COP 4.2 so that the decision on this agenda item can be smoothly adapted at the resumed meeting, and the effectiveness evaluation can be operationalized accordingly. Japan considers the CRP developed by Norway and Canada in consultation with a wide array of parties would become a good basis of our discussion on the framework of the effectiveness evaluation. Therefore, Japan strongly supports the proposal put forward by Norway and Canada, including a round of written inputs and dialogue to advance the further intersessional work toward the COP 4.2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Japan, for your views. And now I would like to invite Burkina Faso.
I would like to congratulate Norway and Canada for the excellent job they have done in order to provide follow-up on the work of the convention. Our region is very interested in the intersessional process. During this whole time, we have conducted water analysis in our region and also close observation of gold mining and the use of mercury. Artisanal mining does cause erosion and environmental deterioration, and we believe that it is worthwhile, therefore, to conduct water analysis. The second part of the COP will give an opportunity to our region to help spell out the indicators, and thus we want for it to be inclusive. That is to mean that it takes due account of the weaknesses but opportunities also of each region. We'd like to thank Norway and Canada in that regard for helping us get the opportunity to contribute to a evaluation and assessment document that is an inclusive one. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
We see that Iran already sent the statement to email. So I would like to invite Secretariat to read the statement from Iran.
Thank you very much. The statement begins: Statement of the Islamic Republic of Iran on Effectiveness Evaluation of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Madam President, regarding effectiveness evaluation agenda item and the work done so far, the Islamic Republic of Iran is of the view that effectiveness evaluation is the main tool to monitor implementation of the convention and tracking the progress that can open up new ways to foster the efforts in reaching the objectives of this important instrument. We hope that this meeting can further advance the work regarding the effectiveness evaluation in intersessional leading to in-person segment of COP. My delegation stands ready for active participation and cooperation to meet our goal. With regard to the CRP proposed by Canada and Norway, while we take note of the initiative, we are of the view that the future discussion shall be based on all proposals as might be presented under the subject. Last but not least, we express our support to China that all efforts towards developing the effectiveness evaluation mechanism shall not go beyond the scope of the Convention. Thank you. The statement ends.
Thank you, Secretariat. Thank you, Iran, for your statement through the email. I would like to invite Argentina. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning and good day to all our colleagues. We'd like to thank the Secretariat and the Presidency for organizing this virtual segment of the fourth Conference of the Parties. Argentina attributes great importance to the compliance of Article 2 of the Convention, and on the basis of that, we consider that we, the parties, should maximize efforts in order to achieve an assessment framework for efficiency that is robust, participative, inclusive, and that is based on science. We also believe that in order to achieve the first assessment, this should be achieved by 2023. In this connection, Madam, we welcome the efforts by the Secretariat and the cooperation of the parties during the intersessional period in order to move forward in the drafting of indicators, even in a working context that is quite challenging for all. Likewise, Madam Chair, we would like to thank Canada and Norway for the work that they have conducted and also for the informal consultations with parties of the different regional groups while addressing questions that were left pending at COP3. We are convinced that this initiative, as well as the CRP, will facilitate our discussions during the next COP session. Argentina is willing to cooperate and to continue dialogue with other delegations in order to achieve consensus around this subject when we go to Bali next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I see no more requests for the floor. Thank you. And I would like to note that the CRP presented is made available on the intranet. With progress on indicators and monitoring guidance, I see support for the proposal for parties to have the space and opportunity to engage further on the overall framework of the effectiveness evaluation. This includes the proposal for the Secretariat to invite written comments and arrange an online session for parties to exchange views on the framework in preparation for COP 4.2. May I turn to the Secretariat to ascertain whether this is feasible for them to do? Before we go on, I recognize that Piru would like to make intervention. Piru, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just like colleagues who spoke previously, I too would like to express my gratitude and the gratitude of the Peruvian delegation to the Secretariat, and also thank you to Canada and Norway for the initiative that they have undertaken and the development of the guideline document on Mercury in order to back up or assess the assessment of the Minamata Convention. The countries that had an opportunity to participate actively in the process use comparable data, but have paid attention to reducing emissions of mercury in the geographical areas of those countries that have difficulty in doing this, and also in using technical assistance and resources of GEF and of the Specific Environment Fund in order to address gaps and environmental problems caused by mercury. This orientation document is a magnificent document which we hope to continue discussing at the face-to-face meeting. Interpreter apologizes for somewhat incomplete interpretation due to the dog in the background. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Piru. So may I turn to the Secretariat to ascertain whether this is feasible for them too? So I see the Secretariat note. Very well, we shall proceed as such with the Secretariat's help following COP 4.1 and in preparation of COP 4.2. So I want to recall that Iran asked earlier more information on the consultation on the draft Bali Declaration. May I invite first the Secretariat and then Indonesia to give more information. Please, Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to shortly recall that the Secretariat has been requested to make provision for the ability of a consultation to occur on the draft Bali Declaration. We have made provision for parties to confer on this tomorrow, that is Tuesday, between 2 o'clock and 3:30, that is Geneva time. A WebEx link has been enabled in the intranet for parties that would like to join this consultation to join. This should be already visible to you on your intranet page, so please join if you would like to. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. Now I invite Indonesia to give information. The floor is yours. Indonesia, can you give the information? Indonesia. Again, Indonesia, can you raise the hand so that Secretariat would like to open the access? So there is an internet issue with Indonesia, unfortunately. So I would like to ask Iran for join at 2 p.m. tomorrow, and the Secretariat will give the information. Indonesia also will give the information through the regional meeting. Thank you very much. So we have come to the end of today's plenary session. Time has moved very fast and we too have moved at a good pace through the agenda. I would like to thank all delegates for their good spirit and resolve to stick to short speaking intervention. This has greatly helped keep us on track today. Tomorrow, the contact group on program of work and budget will meet from 13 Geneva time, and we will reconvene on Wednesday at 13 Geneva time for the next plenary session. In conclusion, let me invite the Secretariat to make housekeeping remarks for today and also tomorrow. Please, Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would first like to draw your attention to the fact that CRP1 is available to you on the intranet. CRP1 is a proposal put forward by Canada and Norway on effectiveness evaluation. Let me turn to the events that are coming up. Following this plenary, there will be 2 side events for which you are wholeheartedly invited. The first is an e-waste initiative starting at 5:45 Geneva. The second event focuses on the financial mechanism of the Minamata Convention starting at 19 hours Geneva. The event on the financial mechanism will be opened by the JEF CEO and the Minamata Executive Secretary. Please do join us if you can. Tomorrow, side events will continue. One on implementation in the Caribbean region before the contact group starts. After the contact group, there will be an art break after the contact group. As per usual, every morning the Bureau meets from 11 to 12 o'clock, and regional meetings can take place from 12 to 12:45. Now, regarding the contact group, the main part of the work tomorrow, the contact group on program of work and budget will begin its deliberations at 1 o'clock Geneva time and will continue its work until 5:30 with a 30-minute break halfway through. We would also like to draw your attention to the consultation of parties to the draft Bali Declaration, we mentioned it earlier, which is set to take place between 2 and 3:30 tomorrow. To enter any of these meetings, please go to the access button on the intranet. According to your credentials to the COP, you then gain access to the specific meetings. All meetings mentioned above take place on, or mentioned before, take place on WebEx. Should you have any trouble at all accessing a meeting, please contact our IT help desk. Also, may I remind you to kindly send your credentials to mea-minamata@un.org. And if you need any help or follow-up, please reach out to our colleague Joanne Edema, jo.edma@un.org. Any interventions you have made during the session today, please send to our colleague Benedict Muoki. If you wish your statement to be uploaded on the intranet, please send them to our colleague Lynn Doan. If you missed any of the contact details, please have a look at the chat, and they are also all available on the intranet. And as last statement, our sincere thanks to the interpreters for having stayed with us all this time and even exceeding a little bit of time. So thank you very much to your hard work to make this available to all our delegates around the world. With that, goodbye, good evening, and good night until tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. With that, I close today's plenary. Good evening, good afternoon. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much.